Testing out the stream. It looks like we're going. Getting the audio from. We also have to close the window. Okay. Audio. Be it. Making the announcement for everybody to be. Okay, in theory, we are rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Discourager of Hesitancy, where we will be working on a game with no game engine today. This particular game is not terribly big or impressive or complicated because my goal here is to learn the basic underlying technologies that a game engine would be built on. I've got some dependencies which we can talk about. But first, we are going to just look at what we're working on. Project. It's called Word Sleuth. It's an homage to a game from the 1990s called Word Breaker. And let's just look at some of my notes. So I've already been working on it for a little while, and we have a lot of gameplay and technical tasks still to work on. On Saturday, we got a good start on the scheduler and sequencer, which is going to be very helpful. But probably first we need to do a demo of the game so that you can see what it is. It's a logic game for deducing a word. So let's do that, and hopefully I've got the audio settings set up so that the desktop audio isn't playing. Otherwise, people get mad at my Emacs sounds because I bounce on the Control G key shortcut, which cancels your current mode and makes a dinging sound. So I think I'm good to go on that one. Okay, so we're gonna open up a shell. And then we're going to run in the source directory where we put our builds. We'll run the debug mode for now. And there's the executable we've built recently. We'll talk about the state of the code here in a bit. I think I need to share a different window in OBS. So let me do that. Window capture. Sleuth. Okay. Or we can just share the whole screen. We can share the whole screen. So in theory, you should be able to see everything on my screen right now. Is that true? It is. Okay, good. So the game is definitely programmer art only for now. We can play a game, we can play with settings. There's only one setting right now, that's VSync. So if I turn on the frames per second, you can see that we're running pretty fast. But if you VSync it, that means that you're only going to render a frame when your computer is ready to accept a new frame. But we like to run fast, so let's go back up to 3000 frames per second. The About menu, the About window is simply a place where I've been dumping my test code for now. So we'll take a big, deeper look at that here in a bit. But we can play in 3 different modes. Marathon mode is where you deduce as many words in a row as you can. Literally just how many you get is it. If you go to sprint, you have to get 6 words in the shortest amount of time. And if you go with golf, you deduce 9 words in the fewest number of guesses. So we're not going to play a full game, but here's the game. We're in sprint mode, so as soon as we start typing, the timer starts. We need to do 6 words, and for this level, we get 20 guesses. And you would start by deducing, you make some guesses, and the word point has no letters in it, 0 of the matching letters, so we can turn all of those into a deduction that says we can deduce that none of those letters are in the final answer. We might then do something like inked or human. Inked also doesn't have it, so I have a shortcut where if you right click twice, the K, the E, and the D all are, any gray letter becomes red. So that's a nice shortcut. Maybe we want to get some more letters in there. Let's see here. Let's see here. Waxed, W and X are possibles, or this is not my usual run through, but we'll get there. So the rules of the game are this. There's a random 5-letter word. There are no duplicate letters, so if we try to type a duplicate letter, you'll get an error message and it won't enter it. You have to submit 5 letters, and if you keep trying to type, you can't enter more than 5 letters. And there are no duplicates allowed. So if we had like, let's see here, what's a good, that's too long. Anyway, so if you try to enter a duplicate letter, you just can't. So we know things about the word that we're trying to deduce. Let's just guess some more words. I have a much more structured approach to solving these than I'm showing now. We'll get into that later. But our main task today is going to be when I type in one of these words, I want it to play an audio cue for how many matches there were. So when we surrender, the word was something, doesn't matter. Let's play clean. So here's a clean matchup. What I usually do is let's start with prime, lunch, and toads. And there's something special about these letters. These words are 15 unique letters within 3 guesses. So if the sum total of the correct matched letters are these, then a preset, any character that's not in these 15 letters can't be in the answer. So this will become a configurable thing of, if you guess these 3 words, this is a preset number of characters that'll just be removed. So I already know those letters can't be in it because they're not in these 15 letters. Then I might do Ultra Demon, Laced Rhino. Again, if I right click, all the gray letters will be red, so that's good. Interesting. So I already know something about that. So let's go with Proud Lines. Interesting. So here's another feature, is that I have these deduction spaces. And so far we've just been working in deduction space 1, and this will be where art comes in handy. If we go to 2, 3, or 4, we have no deductions there yet. What we can do is we can copy the current space into space 2 and 3 and 4. Then if we go to space 2, we see that ultra has 2 letters that are in it, but we don't know 3 of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, suppose that U and T are in and R is out. And over here, we make a different deduction. We guess. We say U and R is out, or U and R are in, and T is out, right? TU, RU, which means that TR, no U are my 3 options. So I come over here, I see that based on that guess, the P and the O both have to be in. So I can left click twice to accept all those letters. H, I, N can't be in. S has to be in. M cannot be in. But we've created a contradiction. Since prime needs 3 letters and we've eliminated all of these, this means that our first guess of TU, based on ultra, can't be the answer. So we can clear our deductions and never come back to this again. So we come over here. If we said that RU is in and T is out, then we know that N and H can't be in. We know that I and N can't be in. S has to be in. M has to be in. P has to be in, and there are no contradictions. So we can just guess with these. Let's see. I suppose that this is probably the most likely guess. If in this area, if you click 2 letters, it'll swap them. So let's just try it. And hey, now we're on level 2. And this time we get 18 guesses. And at level 3, we'll get 16. Level 4 will get less. At the time you hit the 6th guess, you only have 10 guesses. Or 6th level, you'll only have 10 guesses. So that's the game. And like I said, the goal today is to get it to where we're playing sounds for each word. So toads, I would expect a tick tick for lunch and 1 tick for toads. We'll add more sounds as we go, but one of the things I did just recently was I demoed it in the about just so I could hear sounds playing. I'm not sharing desktop sounds right now, so you won't be able to hear it either. But we can play a sine wave, square wave, sawtooth, and triangle wave. So we can go into details on that if anyone's interested. And so let's go back to just Emacs mode. Check. Anybody in chat? Nobody in chat. Okay. All right. So into the code. What I did on Saturday was I wrote some basic code for the scheduler and sequencer. So we go to the source directory and we get our, well, I didn't write the scheduler, I just wrote the sequencer. So action is a way for me to say do a thing. And there's several different kinds of things we can do. And then the sequencer, action sequence, is a way to collect a bunch of sequence actions in order and play them back in order. So I can do this thing and then immediately try the next thing, or do this thing but don't start the next thing until the next render frame. I can set a wait, so if we're waiting for time and audio to sync up, then we can do that, and then I have a do until, so it'll do an action until that action is completed, then move on, with various options for control. So we got to where we just compiled everything on Saturday. So we're going to say clean and debug mode. What that's going to do is it's going to clean up all of the old artifacts from the last build and then build everything again from scratch. So let's go in here and make sure everything is building. So my goal here, while this is building, my goal here is to learn how to build a game without a game engine. I've used Unity plenty, so I kind of know how things are architected, but I want to get that lower level knowledge, and I think that a lot of games are using engines that are overkill for what they want to do. Obviously not the AAAs, they can use the big fancy game engines, Unreal, or make their own. But I think a lot of games don't even need a game engine. A lot of what you want to do is very simple and can be done more efficiently if you don't have all that extra baggage. If you look at my executable size in release mode, it's 5 megabytes. And a lot of that is actually embedded data in that executable. So if there are any questions, just feel free to jump in with those as needed. Okay. So that build finished. And what we want to test, we're going to put it in the about scene. So let's go to about scene. We're going to include action and action sequence. So like I said, I wrote the code already. I've got it to where it compiles, but I haven't tested it. It's never been run before. If anybody's interested, here are all the dependencies I'm using. And that's it. I don't think I have a need for any more dependencies than that. So my opinion is always the least amount of dependencies is the best. You should only import what you need. And if anybody has any questions about those, I am happy to answer any questions. So what we're going to do is we're going to say in this about scene, we're going to just hard code some things. Let's just make an action. This is not how we're actually going to do anything. In an about scene, .cpp, we're just going to look at our action. So one thing I want to do is I want to create an immediate action. Do I want to create an immediate action? Or do I want to test actions without the sequencer? Because we haven't done any testing at all. Let me think. So let's do a wait. Well, action. Oh, I was going to do a little bit of extra code in here to test against. Let's do void set on start. Take a void function. For debugging, this is a great way to know when things start, when they stop. Void func. Start and on end. Those are easy to implement. All we gotta do is copy the we're doing to right here. Equals on start. And then on end. Those will be default null, so that's fine. I do want to assert on start is not null. Actually, I don't care. I don't care. We're not going to check it. All right. This way, in about scene, we can say action.set on start, and we can make a lambda function which does nothing and returns nothing, takes nothing and returns nothing. And we can say log notes action start on end action end. There we go. Then we want to set Action. Let's test immediate first. Immediate address. Yeah, because it can only take an address and not a temporary, so that's always fun. Action star A equals the address of the action. And return the address of A. And when we do an immediate, we need to give it the update function. So we'll just make another lambda that takes nothing and returns nothing. Action update. Okay. There we go. So in theory, we can tie this now to some input. So this is test inputs for audio, which we're not going to play with right now. We will come back around to that. And let's do this. So if input is key pressed, input key, do I have a space that I'm using for anything? Up and down, move the sound wave, the number of keys, do the different tones. We can delete all this, it doesn't matter. Old code for testing audio. Okay, I can use the space, that'll be fine. And what that means is we just want to say action dot start, action dot update. Anything else we need to test? Oh, if underscore action dot is running. Immediate and should not be running. So actually, yeah, is running. And what does that do? Anything. Okay. So in theory, that should be the simplest test we can possibly run on an immediate action. So file it. We don't need to do a clean here. Just be able to run it. Yes. Semicolons are our friends. Also, that green is really obnoxious. Let's do something a little less painful. Let's go with red, partial green, blue. Who knows? All right, rebuild. We run it. We go to the About menu, which is now a nice blue. And when we hit spacebar, am I sharing the screen? I should share the screen. Boom. All right. So when we hit the spacebar, we should see in the logs over here the start, update, and end. Hey, there it is. So one thing I'm not looking at is what frame it is that those things happened in. So we can set that up. Let's just backward. Possibly because oh, I'll bet I know. So that should have gone back to the main menu and not crashed. So if we run it in the debugger, willing to bet. Yeah. So anytime I start getting things like this where Windows memory management is complaining at me when I haven't changed anything significant, yeah, all these 0 memories, it usually means that my linker has screwed up something because I didn't clean and there was a hanging header, precompiled header lying around. I should suppress precompiled headers, as they've caused me more trouble than they're worth, I think. I have to keep doing a full rebuild just because of header stuff. But we'll come around to that. Well, we could look it up while we're waiting. We could say ECC suppress pre-compiled headers. Large projects. This is not a large project. So yeah, so when you pre-compile the header, it prepares a whole bunch of stuff, but then if I make changes to the header, it doesn't always get that change picked up unless I clean and build, which makes me sad. But our build is done, so let's go run it again. No, it shouldn't crash. Yeah. Okay, then we hit space, and there's those. Okay. And now we're going to start making changes. So in the about scene, I'm going to start keeping track of start keeping track of 64 type frame count. That'll be the frame count from the time that the scene is loaded. And every update will increment that. Now we're just going to make a small change in here. Where we need to capture this. Hopefully this just works. This one, two. 64. Okay. Frame count. And we should see that these all happen on the same frame. Because that's what immediate should do. Since I made changes to the header file, we pre-compiled header. Okay. Anybody joining the chat just yet? Of course, there's a typo. Frame count, not frame count. Okay, that's good to know. Run it again. So let's see here. I don't see chat yet. Be expected, I suppose. So, as a programmer, everybody has their beverage of choice. Mine is mate. It's a drink from South America, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, parts of Brazil. It's basically a ground up bush and you pour hot water over it. And usually I would eat like alfajores with it, which is like a South American cookie with dulce de leche. But my wife's trying to help me lose weight, so I'm gonna be skipping that and just chewing gum, which makes me sad, but that's just part of it. Part of life, I'm afraid. Okay, so the build is complete. Now, if we come in here and we hit the old space bar, we should see the frame number should be the same for all three of those. Perfect. Awesome. Cool. So it all happens on the same frame as far as immediate is concerned. The reason that's important is because the action sequencer will immediately try the next thing. It won't wait at all. So I can set up like 3 immediates in a row inside the sequencer, and they all 3 will happen in the same frame. If anybody has a question on what a frame is in programming, let me know. Basically, once your computer, as fast as it can, is going to go through a loop over and over again. It's going to say what are the game updates, look for the inputs, draw to the screen, play any sounds, and yeah, update the game up state based on user input or over time. And so that's what I mean by a frame at this stage. I've not separated the update from the render, so as fast as it's drawing, I'm also updating the game state. but that is something we can change in the future if we need to. Okay. So maybe what we need to do is do something like this, where we set up 3 actions and action sequence. Okay. And we're gonna change things a little bit so that I can I had things lined up better. There we go. Yeah. This will be action 1 starts and an update. I think I'm going to move the integer inside here so that it lines up nicely. There we go. Okay, and this will be action 2. And action 3. Now we got 3 distinct actions. And then we're going to add those to the sequencer. So which is frame count. It's just for testing. We're not going to use this in this way. The sequencer needs to know how many actions you're adding to it. So 3. Now the sequencer. Oh wait. Actually, I'm going to change that. Action sequence will add its own, create its own instances here, which means these start and stop. Let's see here. Let me look at my action sequence. Where did I get to? So I can set the action at index to be immediate frame wait or do until. Okay, so here's what I need to add. Set on start. The index. Actually, yeah, basically this mess. On end. Okay. So under set do until right here. That means we can do this. So this is very much like this one. There we go. So we can assert that the index is valid. We take the action at that index and instead action point to set on start, and it's not going to be called update, it's going to be called start on end. And start. There we go. Out scene. Okay, so what we're gonna do then is underscore sequence at index 0. Set on start. So all we have to do to make this fast and easy, well, let's finish, I guess, what we're doing. Sequence.set on start. Sequence.set immediate at 0 to that function. There we go. Will be 1, 1, 1, 2. I care about the action number, not the action index. Just the way I think about the world. 2, 2, 2, and 3, 3, 3. Now, if this button is pushed, we actually will do this. Sequence dot start, I think, is what I decided on. Action sequence. Okay, so that will start it. And then the update. If underscore sequence is running. There's probably some bookkeeping items I haven't really kept track of the way I should. But that's okay. I actually think I want, no, start sequence.update. The sequence should have finished. I'll make that an error just so it looks. So what should happen is I hit space. The sequencer will say fire up the first action, and as soon as it's done, see if we're still running, and I should fire off all 3 actions at this in this update, and then test it's running, and it should not be running because we're past the last action. In theory. And they should all happen within the same frame. So I should see action 1, 2, and 3 start, update, end, all in the same frame. That's my theory. I have this one. We have this one warning about casting an offset to a void pointer, but it's always 0 until I decide to do something different there, so it doesn't matter. It's just a warning. It hasn't actually impeded any actual execution. For those interested, I am using MSys2 to get my development environment. I'm using GCC 17, where, well, we're using C17 standard, C++ C17 standard. Let's run it. Let's see if spacebar does everything in the same frame. Let's see. So it's not doing things right. Action 1 ended. Did I set them right? On start, on start. Shame on me. Too much copy paste. Okay. Need to clean. Nothing changed in the header files. About. Then we hit the space bar. So we've got action 1, start, update, end. And action 2 and action 3 did not do their start or their end functions. But they all did occur in the same sequence, in the same frame. So just some bookkeeping errors I haven't tested. Easy to fix. Let's go to ActionSequence. So what start does is it says start at the first action and fire off the first action's start. Then in update, we say while we're running, and is running is literally are we past the last action. We're going to say update the current action. If the current action is done, so if it's not running, then we advance to the next action. Oh, and here's where we should fire off the start. So we should do this. Boom. The other thing we should do is call the end function should take care of itself. Because end is called by the action itself. Do I want that though? I kind of do. I don't actually need these brackets here because I made it a one-liner. All right, compile. Let's see if that gets the other starts to fire correctly. About. And we're gonna hit the space bar and things crashed. But we did get start, update, end, start, update, end, start, update, end. Good. Aha, this is why. All right. I'd be too clever, save myself some brackets. Break. Otherwise, you can start the next thing. Just make it like that. Increment, then test, then start. That should fix it. Instead of running past the end of the index once. Okay. We come over here to about, and we hit spacebar. Oh. We get start, update, end, start, update, end, start, update, end for actions 1, 2, and 3, all in the same frame. Cool. Now the sequence should have finished. If the sequence, oh, is running. If it is running, then we complain. It is not running, so we should not have complained. Okay. So that's immediate. That's done and tested. So let's do single frame. This one should be a little different. In fact, I'm not sure I'm like where this is going. Let's just try it out and see what happens. So what I would like to see is action 1 happens all on one frame, action 2 happens on the next frame, and action 3 happens on the following frame. So let's see here. Action sequence. What does sequence have to say about update? Update does check. Okay. Let's do this. Sequence updates. And this is no longer a thing we ask about. We hit space for we start, otherwise we just update the thing. And that should be plenty fast. So let's see. About. Now when we hit space. Oh, I didn't build this build. Yeah. Anyone in the chat yet? I need to answer to. Nope, nobody in the chat. A very good turnout at this time of day, I guess. Just trying things out. About spacebar. Okay, action 1, start, update, end. I don't actually like that extra updating there. That should not have happened. 2, start, update, end, and then the extra update at the end. After end, here's the thing, action, see, in the update, in the is running. I'm gonna fix that. I need to quit that. Rebuild. Since the executable was opened by the operating system, it was not going to let me write to the executable. All right, now about. And in 3 frames, so here's action 1 in frame 29, start, update, end. Action 2, start, update, end. Action 3, start, update, end, end. There. So that's what the frame action will look like. Basically something we want to do once. Like maybe start playing a sound, but we don't care when it ends. Or we just want to make sure that something is in place before we, like maybe in one frame action, we create an object and then we want to make sure that it has a chance to go through the full update cycle before we do something else to it. Okay. So that's 2 of the cases. Action. Oh, the other thing I want to know is about. So I have pass, which means do nothing. Pass is the default. So in theory, my sequencing of a test scene we're working with, if I do none of this, well, I can make this a pass, which is the same as an immediate that just doesn't do anything. Just curious what this will do. It might even run the start or stop functions. We might as well check. About space. start and start and start and yeah, so good. Pass. The default action is to do nothing, and that seems to work. So let's do this. Let's do set immediate, and then we're gonna set wait. Set wait for some duration. Instead of a function, we just need a number here, like 1 second. Yep. So we should see is action 1 starts, ends, updates. So this wait is kind of a special case on the next thing we're going to test, where I've already included all the sound handling or the time handling information to the action itself, so you don't have to supply any functions to do that. So it's more of a shorthand, something we could already do with the other thing. So this will be 1 second later. If we lock the vsync, that should be about 60 frames later. Let's do the test. Let's turn the vsync on, make sure our frames per second is 60. Go to about. Now when we press space, we should see about 60 frames between the prints. Okay. So 640, we started, we updated, we ended, because that was just an immediate. And then we started the timer on 641. Timer ended 60 frames later, 61 frames later. This time has to be greater than, so that makes sense. And then as soon as that timer is over, it immediately fired up. So yeah, that worked pretty good. So I guess wait works. Good job, us. Cool. Which means the last one is actually the hardest one to test, or the most involved, anyway. Let's just give ourselves 2 more. Let's put another wait at index 3. Could be action 4. Let's wait for 2 seconds. And then set up the test. But the hardest one to test is ActionSequence. Do until. Set do until. What that's going to do is the first thing we're going to send in is the action to perform. In this case, we don't care about the action to perform. Then the next thing we have to pass in is, I mean, we could, if this point to frame count modulus 60 equals 0. So basically every 60 frames then we will print something useful. That will be the first lambda. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the next thing we have to do is actually turn the Boolean to say when we're done doing this thing. So what we're gonna do is say if let's do input. Let's just check and get some input. Input. Is key pressed? Let's just take the space back, right? If the key is pressed down, we'll do two things. Let's do this. Bool result equals false to say we're not done. If it is true, result equals false. True to say we are done. I think it's that, right? And then something useful. Return result. And that's it. Okay. So what we're saying is, as long as this thing is running, every 60 frames we print out a message, which is action 5, frame number, the update. That should happen once a second until we press the spacebar. Action 5. Space hit. Action done. So we should see action 5 start, action 5 update every second. Then when I press spacebar, it'll say we're done. Then it will run the end command. This is for things like playing a sound and waiting for the sound to complete, or waiting for user input, or waiting for an object to arrive, or waiting for an animation to complete. Oh, hey Anna James. Doing good, doing good. How are you? Didn't see anybody in my chat. I'm just staring at my Emacs. So my responses aren't always that fast. So we will see if this all runs. Typo somewhere. Result. Let me see here. So, Hannah James, what are you doing here? What's the story? It's complaining about no matching function for call set to int lambda bool. Not like that. Action void function, action bool function. See, this is a void function. Returns nothing. this boolean it doesn't like? Hmm. All right, let's take a look. Oh yeah, it's wait. Of course, I'm not. I'm not confused. There we go. How about that does it? Syntax. The lambdas can be very powerful, but the syntax is not my favorite. C++ problem in general, actually. Okay, so if we hit spacebar, we should see start end update, and then immediately start waiting on the same frame. Goes for 60 frames. Oops. I need to turn on VSync for this test so it doesn't get too crazy. And action 2 will wait for a second, then action 3 will go, wait for a frame before starting the next timer, let for 2 seconds, then action 5 will start up, wait for print out every second until we hit the spacebar. So let's see what happens. All right, start update end. Action 2, start update and start end. That's the timer. Start update end was the next frame. Then this timer starts on 35. Yep. Start end. So every second, let's see here, action 5 started and ended without spacebar ever being hit. So maybe I'm remembering the logic backwards. Let's go look at action. All right, so if we're running, the question is, do we return we are done? If let's see here. Art by Anna. Cool. Art. I have no good at art. That would be a useful skill to have. Equals not is complete. So I return true for completeness. Because running is the opposite of being complete. Does that make sense? So in here, we say we're not done unless you hit spacebar. Then we're done. Huh. Well, you just always say no. We are not complete. We are not done. Just to see what that does. VSync. All right, looking at our output. 1, 2, there's the rest of it. Action 5 starts and ends on the next frame. Well, maybe my logic is backwards somewhere, so let's just test it. True. Desync. About. About is not actually our about screen, it's just a test. Timer. 2. So our logic is backwards somewhere. Except this update is not doing anything. Huh. If I start. But it's not printing out the update. The frame count. Every 60. It should be logging that. Although I don't think I'm sharing my screen right for anybody to see that anyways. So the logic is backwards, and those aren't actually logging the updates. Okay. We're waiting for an action to complete. We run the update function. Then when we're checking to see if we're running, aha. If it's running, do an update. That's probably our problem. The sequence. No. No, that's not the problem. It's sequence. Start, we update. Run the update function. While the action is not is. Just reverse the logic, make this a little easier to read. If it is running, we did not advance to the next action. So we just pop out of the while loop and wait for the next update frame to try again. Otherwise, we advance to the next action. And if we're still running at that point, start the action. Oh, interesting. But then it'll come around to is running again. The action is running. So the result by default is our last running state. If we're actually running, then we check. when we pass or have an immediate, we immediately are done. If it's a single frame, then our running state is set to false, but the fact that we were running is preserved out, so it kicks us to the next frame. And it will finish in the same frame, so that's fine. If we're waiting for duration, start time is greater than the duration. Okay. Wait for completion. It is complete. So if, how do I feel about this? Trojan Mango, welcome to the stream. Trying to build a game engine, a game with no engine here, so we're adding an action sequencer so that I can set up things to execute in a sequence. Like when you click on a button, it'll play a certain sound and then start an animation and that sort of thing all at once. Keep track of those steps. For example, in the game we're doing, it'll tell you a number of letters that you've deduced, or the number of letters that match, and I want to be able to play taking sounds, 1, 2, 3 to match the 3 letters, so that you have an audio cue for the number of letters you've matched. But this logic is backwards somewhere, which is puzzling to me. Trojan Mango. Oh, intelligence. Intelligence. IQ. IQ. Yeah. I usually don't worry about that too much. I guess there are different kinds of problems solved by different kinds of people, and some people are better at solving some kinds of problems than I am, and I'm better at solving some types of problems than other people. IQ is more of a measure of how well you're able to process things symbolically. It can vary over your lifetime. Training it, I guess if you play enough like semi-abstract puzzles or abstract puzzles, it might help. Also, just familiarity with the test can also help without actually changing your intelligence. So if you take a whole bunch of practice IQ tests, you'll do better on IQ tests. But I don't know if that's the same thing as actually working. So abstract puzzles, yep, brain teasers. Like IQ is the opposite of like trivia, right? So I know people who remember names and dates, and like you can practice that stuff for sure. Yeah, yeah. But I don't know if that makes you any smarter. Oh yeah, 150 is ridiculous. I don't know. I doubt I'm more than a standard deviation from maybe 2, but doubt it's more than that from the mean. Do they practice? Some of them do. I mean, like the people that join Mensa, I think they like having those extra validations of, hey, look, I'm smart, so they do a lot of tests. Oh, that is a good question. Computer science. Hmm. I don't know. Like, the last time I took an IQ test was like when I was in middle school, and it was with a student teacher. So they weren't licensed, so they couldn't tell me my actual score. No, that's the Fibonacci sequence is a knowledge test. So what they'll do is they'll be like, here's a sequence of shapes. What's the next shape in the sequence? Or so they tend to be very abstract because you're trying to separate the idea of your ability to abstract things and understand abstract things from the knowledge itself. So Fibonacci wouldn't be on there. It would be more like triangles and rectangles with colored areas, or lines that move in different angles, and see if you can select the next in the sequence, for example. Which is why practicing those tests will help. But I don't know if they make you actually any smarter. Yeah, so Fibonacci means somebody found a pattern and noticed some interesting properties of it. Like that the ratio of any two elements converges on the golden ratio. Logic sequence brain teasers, yeah. Yep. So, I mean, people that practice, let's see, I'm trying to think what the best way to increase your IQ score on a test would be. I don't know what it would be. Yeah, logic sequence brain teasers. I don't know. I guess I just never cared that much about what a test score had to say about me. My question was always, how do I solve this problem? Right now, my problem is I don't know what this code is doing. It looks backwards to me. So my actions have a function for is the action complete. So this is over like a running action, like playing a sound. Is the sound complete? I pass in a function and I say the value of am I running is the opposite of am I done. So that makes sense to me. But for some reason, if I'm running, then I run the update. So in here, after this start, every 60 frames, 60, 61 frames, I should see an update function print out, but it didn't. That's the problem I'm facing right now. I feel like most PhDs in math should get. Yeah, I mean, there are tests for that too. So, I, I don't know. I think that mathematicians and computer science people study abstraction at a level that's different than most other people. So you might have an edge with a math or comp sci degree. But I mean, they try really hard to make that IQ test separated from knowledge. Like, you don't have to know anything. You can literally just drop it on somebody in a foreign language and just change the instructions to say in their language, what's the next item in this sequence without having to explain anything, right? And they should score the same as you or I if they're similarly intelligent. Does that make sense? So just because they have math doesn't necessarily mean that they can think through a sequence better, or I don't know, what are the other kinds of questions? IQ test questions. Let's see. So, okay, analogies. Cat is to mouse as dog is to, for example, word problems. See, these don't look like the kinds of IQ test questions I've ever had. 100 IQ answers questions. Okay, so here's the sequences I was talking about. I'm not sharing this screen yet. I can do that though. Anything to gain from studying IQ tests? If you want a high IQ score, that's the only reason I would, but it doesn't change. So let's see here. I guess what's your end goal? If it's to get into Mensa, yes. But if you want to be a better computer scientist or a better mathematician, I don't think IQ tests are the most efficient way to improve at that. If you just want a basic understanding of how you compare to other people, I guess an IQ test is helpful that way. But just by virtue of the fact that you would be, going to school or considering math or comp sci or something like that would already put you above the average in general. Okay. Boolean function test. Date test. IQ tests are crazy. I agree. I agree. Mm. 120, so that is a 2-second delay before the end of action 4. Action 5 start. And then the update. Our test. Action 4 in our sequence, or action 5. Action at index 4, the 5th action, starts. And on end, it'll print end. But the update function is every 60 frames. Print something. This never happened. Yeah, I think last time I took an IQ test was in middle school. So, and like I said, I never saw the score because they weren't a licensed tester. I was just their guinea pig. Yeah, like if you look up the Mensa tests, I think those are probably more interesting. Let's see, Mensa. The Mensa test questions I think are more interesting, more fun to take. But oh, they have age ranges in it too. Cute. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen anybody put an IQ test score on their resume. Let's see here. I have interviewed and hired people. I do think if I saw an IQ score on the resume, I would be inclined to think this person spends too much time thinking about like certifications and basically external validations instead of show me a project you've worked on. I would much rather see a large scale or medium scale project on a resume than a number. Because a lot of things I want out of a worker have almost nothing to do with an IQ. I want to be able to follow instructions, obviously, which, below, like, so for example, the Army won't even take people below a certain IQ. I think it's around 83 or something. Like, that person just can't process the inputs well enough to do the job, right? But like I assume if you have a degree, if you have some job experience, if you have a good portfolio, that's way more important to me. Cognitive benefit. Probably chess. I would go with chess over IQ if you were going to study something. I have a son that's been playing some chess. I think he's around 1450 ELO. And I think it's been good for him. Memorize a few openings and start studying some mid game, some end game theory. Like, what are some different checking patterns to look for? Math. I think math is super useful. In my career, I've used almost every kind of math I studied, right up through differential equations and some other bizarre things. Useful, very useful. Game theory, yep, game theory is good. Even if you're not a gamer, like, it's more of an economic theory than a game theory. But obviously, some economic theories can apply to games. So yeah, that's a great thing to study. Maybe I just need to do a full clean rebuild then. It's puzzling to me why this isn't executing in the way I want. Yes, game theory. So understanding the difference between a zero-sum game and a non-zero-sum game. Knowing like the basic minimax algorithm is super useful. Understanding expected payouts and statistics, that's all part of game theory. So like that's more like poker theory, not being results oriented in those cases. Knowing what partial knowledge versus full knowledge gives you in a game setting. And again, by game, it's usually more of an economics setting than an actual board game sort of thing or a computer game. It is somewhat in Hollywood. Ooh, Prisoner's Dilemma. Yeah, super interesting. Is there a scientific way to compare the cognitive benefits from each? Yes. That's just doing the scientific method, though. It's you'd get two groups. You'd establish baseline IQ tests, for example, or whatever other cognitive test you want. Make them study so many hours a day for however long. Then run the test. It has to be double blind, so the person evaluating the test can't know what each person studied. Yeah, economics is just useful to understand. It's the study of incentives. So how do you get someone to hand you money, or what do you demand in return for your money? Right? I can sell you a Darth Vader T-shirt for some amount, but maybe you're not into Star Wars. Maybe you want the Hello Kitty hat. Maybe that's something you'd rather spend your money on. So those values are something that each individual deals with. But then if you're going to make a business, it's got to be statistically over population, right? And that's where a lot of the game theory stuff would come in. Macroeconomics twice, past macroeconomics. Eh, I yeah, I don't know that an economics course is necessarily the best way. Passed it by accident. I had a compilers class like that. People took it multiple times. Um, but like if you read Freakonomics, I think that's maybe a more approachable introduction to it. Or maybe I think the Thomas Sowell book on economics is probably a good intro. Geopolitical Alpha is a book I like. Okay, try that maybe. Although my reading list is growing faster than I can read it. So, oh yeah, books. Freakonomics. Let me make sure I'm spelling things right here and have the right authors. Just look this up. Yeah, so here you go. I think they have a podcast too. Let's put that in the chat. So this one is like a guy that studies strange things that you wouldn't think of economically necessarily, or sometimes they are, like drug dealers. He looked at their organizational structure, and it turns out that it's like McDonald's. Or he looked at like in one of the podcasts, maybe, or um, yeah. So he studied a bunch of different things, and I can't remember which ones were from the podcast, which ones from the books, but it's quite good, interesting. Let's see here. What's the other book I mentioned was? Economics. What's it called? What's it called? I want to say it's like basic economics or something, but looking for the bibliography. There's books. Where is it? He wrote a lot of books. My gosh, I'm on like his basic economics. There we go. I think this is it. By Okay, so there you go. Thomas Sowell, Basic Economics, Common Sense Guide to the Economy. That's a pretty good intro. Fugger, huh? Monopoly on Copper. That sounds about right, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, wars of all sorts are a great way to move wealth around. So yeah, so I think when I read Freakonomics, he explained that a better definition for economics is the study of incentives. And once I understood that, I think a lot of economic theories made more sense, like supply and demand. Um, if there's a lot of stuff, why would I spend a lot of money for it? If there's only a little bit of the thing I want, I'm going to spend more to get it, right? Because there's less of it. Or market segmentation, right? If you want people to pay the normal amount, but you also don't want to lose the segment of the market that would only pay a little less. Well, hey, clipping coupons, right? But then that's part of that incentives understanding, right? So yeah, Freakonomics is a good intro. Thomas Sowell would probably give you a good foundation. I have not actually read anything. I'll type them into my search bar so I don't forget. Jacob or Jakob. It's German. Yep. So Jakob. Cool. I'll look him up. Okay. So Trojan Mango, we do have a Discord server. Let's see here. Let me give you a copy. You can join over there. I've got somebody else going in the chat. Or no, actually they're not in my Discord. They're in DMs. Shame on them. Anyway, it's all good. But yeah, I have a Discord. Next time I stream, I'll definitely be sending out an announcement. Macro. So I had a brother do the yeah, no, I understand. College, a lot of it was cram as fast as you can, pass the test, and then purge. SAT math score is close to perfect. That's good. I did pretty good on the ACTs. I never took the SATs. Um, choice make yeah, multiple choice makes a difference. You just find the answer that looks the least stupid. Yep, a lot of it is basic knowledge testing. Yep. So what are you looking to? Let's see here. You said you were back when you were 2021, so you're older than that, and you took some SATs recently. So you're going back to school, or what? Oh, thinking about it. Yep. Well, in this economy, tough to tough to make a call there. School, yeah, unless you're doing something engineering related, it's a it's a very expensive sort of proposition. I think the modern education system is not as good as it used to be in some ways. Maximum cognitive benefits. Yep. Oh yeah, learning is good. So here's what I think about most modern education. If you're going to be like an engineer or something, the things you're going to learn in college are a nice overview and how to get the framework of the subject, but you're never going to get a deep dive into most of it. Um, so if you're looking for that kind of knowledge, that's great. But honestly, with modern YouTube and the internet and Wikipedia and all of that stuff, you could learn a lot of it all on your own. Does that make sense? It's Okay. Maximum cognitive benefits. I like that phrase. It's sticking in my brain right now. Okay, so do until. I wonder if I'm just registering something wrong because. Oh wait, we did a build. We did a build. Run it. About. I'm going to share the full screen. So well, I guess I don't need full screen. Okay, action 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Start end. Unbelievable. Why is it doing that to me? Why? This is making me sad. Result is true. Means it is complete, which means it's not running. Okay, so that's fine. That actually makes sense. So result is false. Compile. I didn't catch what you said. No, the maximum cognitive benefits. I like that phrase. It's sticking in my brain and it's turning into an earworm. Learning about the brain, neurotransmitters, therapy. Yep, yep. Oh, general relativity. Very useful if you're going to do like geosynchronous orbit stuff for like GPS satellites or something. Yeah. Yeah, relativity gets weird, especially like the Lorentz contractions. Neuroscience I know almost nothing about. Yeah, so I guess you got to find what you're most interested in and do some reading. You sound like you have a pretty diverse set of interests. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dads are good like that. My dad still knows all kinds of stuff I don't. Of course, my dad also was wrote simulation software for nuclear reactors, so it's always good to have a nuclear scientist in the family. Although he wasn't a nuclear scientist, he was a mechanical engineer, so I don't know. Dad's a computer scientist. Okay, well, someday maybe when I've got more of a following here on the Twitch, I have like a mini lecture about computer science that I want to run by a larger group just to get like a more of a interactive like polls kinds of things. Prefrontal cortex. Yeah, the brain's complicated. Like neurotransmitters work. Yeah, yeah, that's the level of brain stuff I don't keep track of. Usually, it's like I remember from a movie when I was a kid. This guy talked about uh, a shiv to the base of the medulla oblongata. So I know what the medulla oblongata is, but there's so much about the brain. It's a fascinating piece of equipment. Just yeah, neurotransmission. It's very complicated. Do I need to turn up my audio at all, or are you good? Okay. So in this theory, I will always return false. Oh, let's go back. Make sure VSync is on. 60 frames. We're going to hit the space bar and see if we get Action 5 updates. Nope, it just ended. Why would it do that to me? Huh. I just changed it. It's awkward. All right, time for, I don't know. Time for book recommendation. What have I got? Oh, here we go. General Relativity. Oh, it's been a while. General Relativity is good old Einstein's equations. I understand Lorentz transformations kind of, yeah. They get weird, especially when you start firing relativistic speed things from a relativistic speed platform. But yeah, relativity. So you have this special relativity and the general relativity. And what happens is I always read a book on it, like Feynman's 6 Easy Pieces. That's a great one. And I'm like, okay, I get it. And then I don't use it for years and years, and I always forget. So what the difference is. But yeah, relativistic time, mass, length. Yep. Like they couldn't do GPS satellites until they understood how the difference in the gravity well, like the difference in height between the satellite and you, change time, and how fast the satellite's going relative to you changes the time a little bit. And so getting your times all synced up actually requires those extra parameters in the math. So I guess I know more about the history of it. Like back in the day, you had Newton, right? And he came up with physics. He came up with the calculus, right? And the theory of gravity in such a way that we could actually model it finally. And he made a model to predict how the planets traveled, right? And they could, even then, way back in Newton's day, reasonably predict most of the planets, except for Mercury. Whatever they tried to do, they could not predict Mercury's path accurately. It would always diverge from the predictions. And so it wasn't actually, it was a pretty early hole in Newton's theory. So it wasn't until Einstein came along and said, hey, here's this new theory about how you have to take into account gravity and relative speeds, that we plugged in those new equations, and boom, hey presto, we can now predict Mercury accurately. He also predicted some other cool things with it that had never been seen before. So your theory is good when it predicts things you have seen before that you couldn't explain, and then predict phenomena that nobody has observed. And then we observed it, like in Einstein's case, it was the amount of the light from a star is yeah, no worries. How much the light from a star is deflected when it passes close to the sun during an eclipse. Never been observed before Einstein predicted it, so always good. Yeah. So if I'm deep in the throes of my coding when you get back, hopefully you don't lose patience. Okay. So if I say I'm not done, result is false. I say result and running. is equal to not complete. If we're not running, we have anything, yeah. So I think that's all good. Okay, about from the thing. Okay. I'm not happy about this. The result will always be false. In other words, we've not reached the end. So I come in here and I say is complete. It returns false, then it returns true, which means we're still running. We're not running. Execute the onEnd function. Oh, Superman goes back. Einstein was smart. Gravity, as we heard, Einstein's equation says that what? Gravity bends space-time. Yes. Oh well, E equals mc squared. Equals mc squared. So I've seen derivations that use calculus 1 to get there. And what you have to realize is that is not a valid derivation of E equals mc squared. When we're talking about some of these things, Einstein had to have a friend help him because what you need is actually to use tensors. You need tensor math to be able to do the reference-free framework. So the math of it is actually a lot more complex than E equals mc squared. It's not in a frame of mind that you or I would normally do in math. Einstein had to specifically learn tensor math to make sure that the math was actually solid. Yep, the deeper in the gravity well you are, the slower time moves. And at that point, that's way beyond me. I'm not a I am not a I'm not a I don't know tensor mathematics, so Good gravy, really? Has this been my problem this whole time? Wait for completion. There we go. That was my problem. I'm gonna be very sad. Because that means my... Ugh. Ugh. Let's see. Are there more people who studied string theory or data science? Okay. So string theory, I'm sure it's interesting or weird, but it turns out to not be predictive, which means while you can use it to model any phenomena we have currently, that's basically because every time you described a new phenomenon, they added it to the mathematical model. String theory doesn't describe any phenomenon that it hasn't already know about, which is like the opposite of relativity. Like I said, Einstein said this will accurately predict Mercury and how much the light from a star is deflected during a solar eclipse, right? So, and one of those had never been seen before. Um, Data science. Yeah, I hear these new buzzwords, data science, etc., etc. I'm not that interested in the new buzzwords. Most of them just mean the same thing that old programmers used to do. Um, Crunching big data. It's all statistics, and it's just code, man. Code is code. Supersymmetry. Um, I don't remember what makes it so super, but yeah, I've heard of symmetry. Again, been a long time since I've read the books. I did really like Richard Feynman's uh, Six Easy Pieces or QED, but I don't remember if he goes into symmetry on that one. Just wondering which is more rare. No idea. What did I major in? Computer science. When did I read all these books? I always read lots of books. It's never really read books when I was younger. Yeah. So yeah, I've just always been a reader. I've loved books. Mostly I read like old school sci-fi, fantasy, um, but I've ground my way through a lot of. Started reading books at 30. Yeah. I don't know. I just always liked reading. Yeah. So Richard Feynman is always good. Six easy pieces for like physics, and by six easy pieces, we mean that it ends in relativity, and then he has another one called six not so easy pieces, which I thought was funny. Um, but the way that he explains things is great. You only need high school physics and maybe some basic calculus to understand what he's trying to say without getting deep into the math. So it's actually really good for the conceptual understanding. Um, QED. Those were a couple of good ones. I really like Feynman's treatment on physics. So yeah. So here's a book. I've been reading it to my son. The Phantom Toll Booth by Norton Juster or Schuster. And it's a classic, great for kids, good for more adults should read it too. How to be interested in life and topics and subjects at a very fun little level. It's great. How deep of a math background most data scientists working at big tech have? Um, a lot of them are. Mm, I don't know. I did work with a guy who had a PhD when I was working at Amazon, PhD in his math. That was not what he was working in though. Yeah, machine learning. I'm not interested in machine learning. It's not my jam. Or AI or big data. Just kind of don't care about those things. I think there's still enough interesting pieces to do without all that data. Since nobody else is doing it, I'll do it. And that's like a whole philosophical discussion about what's useful in life. Anyways, boom. Oh, oh. All right, I see what's going on. Some don't need any machine. I want to make money and get smarter. Yep. Okay, so if you want to make money, computer science isn't a bad way to go. Most engineering is probably going to be okay. Mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, chemical engineering, civil engineering. Like these are people that build and design real world things. And the world always has need of real world things. If you start specializing too much in a given subject, for example, if you take your degree in game design or data science, or I think you'll find that that kind of pigeonholes you a bit. Um, but another way to make money is just to go into trade school. Electricians, plumbers, welders, carpenters. We're actually, as a nation, at least here in the United States, I don't know where you're at, starting to be pretty understaffed in a lot of that stuff. So, and if you want health, sitting at a desk is not healthy for you. I did not used to weigh this much. I used to be lean and mean and fast. I used to do a lot more things, but sitting at a desk all day for a 60, 80, 100-hour work week at some big company is really bad for your health. so so those are my recommendations. Get a real engineering degree in something, kind of doesn't matter what, or go into the trades. There's a lot of really good stuff in the trades. Lots of work available. Yeah. So I don't want space. I want maybe escape. And next time I test, I want to run it with vsync on. Yeah, so actually right now I'm between jobs myself because my health was getting so poor. And so I'm trying out this streaming thing, and my actual end goal is to develop a product and make money that way. Like working for the man, you're trading your time for money. I would like to produce a product that I can sell. I think that might be a better way to live. Finance, business, doctor. So, yeah, finance is a gamble. Software engineer, you can make decent money at that. Business, I don't know anything about business, like as far as getting a business degree and running something like that. I don't think you need a degree to run a business. I think you just learn the business and how you, as long as you're careful to make sure your profits exceed your expenses, you're fine. Doctor, that's a lot of school. Maybe hacking, software engineer, ladder climbing is easier to make big money. Yeah, yeah. Software engineer is a solid choice. They keep paying people, but again, can be hard on the old body. Also, like I love programming, but that can doing it professionally can kill a lot of the joy of it. And that's never fun. Realize that you've had it up to the ears with something you used to love. Oh wow, that's interesting. Oh, I did wrong. Two. Okay, we're making progress. This should now work as expected, which means we can move on to sounds. Cool. With getting a lot of leadership certs, having, you know, I don't do certificates. Any certificate authority is by definition gameable. So back in the old days, you had routers and networking was finally becoming a thing, and so like one of the great career moves was to get your CCNA certification, right? Your Cisco Certified Network Administrator um, certificate. Back when I was a kid, and that used to mean that you did a certain amount of course time, you did a certain amount of testing, you did a live simulated exercise to demonstrate that you knew what you were doing. But then people start selling certificate preparation courses. So instead of reading the manual and experimenting with a simulator, you memorize the questions out of the book that you were given to study, and now you're getting the certificate, but it maybe doesn't mean as much, and that's actually gotten a lot worse over the years. So like I've never looked to hire somebody with more certificates than someone else. I think that's something that the MBA types really like because it's an easy checkbox to put inside of their resume scanner. They'll feed the PDF into their resume scanner and get a yes or no, really easy with no effort on their part. But I don't think the certificates mean anything. I'd rather see a good portfolio. I want to see projects completed. I want to see what you can do, not what tests you were able to game. If that makes sense. Okay, so this actually is working as intended. Good. The best leaders I had weren't the ones who had any kind of certificate, right? Or kind of the same thing about college professors. The ones that had all the accolades and prizes and awards next to their names, they weren't interesting. They hadn't done large scale projects. Smart contract auditing job. Went through full. Yeah, I don't know about either of those. One of the reasons I'm writing my own game is I don't want to be I don't want to be tied to a game engine. I don't want to be tied to a particular tool. Like a lot of people go into to learn programming, and what they learn is how to use this tool, right? So maybe you learn Unity, and then you're looking for jobs, and all you can put on your resume is I've done this project in Unity. And then if somebody throws a different engine in front of you, maybe you don't pick up the new engine as fast as you'd hope. Smart contract programmer. Okay. I have not checked him out, so. Hmm. Yeah, I never wanted to audit. I always wanted to build something. I'm a builder, not an auditor. CTFs. I've probably heard of it. Capture the flag cybersecurity stuff. Yeah. Yep. You have a digital payload you're supposed to either protect or steal from the other team. Smart contract program. Yeah. Hacking is interesting. It's mm, again, I just want to build something. A lot of hacking is reverse engineering what somebody else has done and finding the weaknesses in it. I want to build something new. So smart contracts, yeah. Cryptographic security is moderately interesting, but that's not something I particularly have any expertise in. So what we've done, let's go ahead and add this to 2024. Mm, Get a new entry for today. I like to keep track of what I've been working on and what got done when. Stealing code from trading bots to make seven figures, 8 figures. Well, I'll tell you what, Trojan Mango, you steal your first 8 figures, and then remember me. I don't even need that much. Like, a cool like, well, dang it, taxes suck. Let's see here. How much taxes on $10 million? Uh, there we go. Quora, for some reason, still gives answers. Here. Ugh. How much taxes on $10 million? Somebody's got to have a tax estimator, right? Income tax rates and calculation of taxes. Estimated taxes. Maybe we should do a tax estimator. Estimator. Oh, the IRS provides one even better. All I want to know. Whatever. Let's see here. Okay, well, this is ridiculous. I don't want the IRS. Sheesh. Oh, here we go. Ugh. 10 million. Let's see here. Federal income tax. Is this done or what? 3.8, so I'd get to keep 6 million of it. Yeah, that's enough. So if you made your 8 figures, make your 8 figures, you give me 10 million, and then I'll keep the 6 million after taxes, and that's enough for me to fix my busted car and start a company for interesting software development projects. The traders at Wall Street, there's a it's not just how smart you are, it's also how much risk you're willing to bear, right? So just because you're smart doesn't mean that you are, it's risk aversion is a big factor. Um, Also, just information. A lot of the people that make big money just have a slightly faster access to information than someone else, and they'll buy and sell really fast before the big slide hits. They take a lot of those risky maneuvers, and you don't hear about the ones that lose everything. So there's a survivor bias in that data set. The number of people that go into finance and end up broke is high. Okay, so let's go ahead and commit my changes. Add everything. Oh, let's see. I don't actually want to add the scheduler yet. Do I want to add the scheduler? Scheduler. You know, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Added action and action sequence. Tested. About boom. Now my information is safe. I have a working history when it was working. Good. Yeah, I would argue that maybe there's not a strong correlation between intelligence and money. Huh. Well, quant traders are under a lot of stress. I think it's a very hard lifestyle. They make their money and then, yeah, I think they're burned out. Yeah, that happens too. They come up with some top secret algorithm for their trading and think that gives them an edge. But if you look at it, most hedge funds underperform the S&P 500. So if you want stability and consistency, just buy S&P 500 indexed mutual funds, and you'll outperform most hedge funds. Or they'll find a trick, but it only works within a limited set of parameters. So I remember reading one. They found this cool new math trick, but as soon as other people became aware of their math trick, like even though they never told anybody, people figured out what they were doing, and then it completely destroyed the math that they were doing. Like the math broke once anybody figured out what they were doing. So it can be a tough world for those traders. Mm-hmm. Okay, so moving on to turning back in the day is probably very different from the type of person who does it today. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really get into quant, so I'm aware of the odd tidbit that comes through that I'm interested in, but Never really had the desire for that much stress in my life. Okay, so my scheduler. Oh, how do I want to do this? Probably on a per scene basis. Kind of designing on the fly here. Electronic ways of front running was still ramping up until the 90s. Yeah, the 90s, the tech world finally got useful enough to start disrupting some things. Um, all right, so I'm going on a restroom break. We'll be right back. Just a moment. Okay, and we're back. Okay. So the scheduler. I have a couple of ideas here. We can make the scheduler a purely static class, which means anything would be able to access it anywhere, anytime. However, and that has some nice benefits of we can do things differently. So I go into our main application in our main loop. we could put the scheduler here. And then we would have consistent running everything all in one place. We could just ask the scheduler to update itself. So the problem is if a sequence is in the middle of action when we leave a scene, then the ownership of the actions and the action scene becomes interesting. If we put the scheduler only in a scene, so if let's see here, let's go to scene. Scene itself does updates, and we could easily put the update here, and every scene would have a scheduler. Do you think the average person can train himself to become as cognitively sharp as someone who has 2 standard deviations from the mean? Depends on how you measure it. Again, so like, for example, I'm sure that an awful lot of people who are 2 standard deviations from the mean in their IQ test, put them in a carpenter's workshop, and they're an idiot, right? Because the carpenter has a wealth of knowledge and experience that is more than 2 standard deviations above the average person's woodworking skills, right? Or take that same person who's really, really good at the IQ tests and have them in a programming contest with a software developer, right? Maybe they're, well above them in IQ, but somebody's got familiarity with tools, right? So I guess it depends on how you measure that. Cognitively sharp. So I think there are some tricks to learning that nobody teaches. And if you can read reasonably quickly, and if you learn some memorization techniques, and then you just start learning a few things, right? Whatever is interesting, read a book on it, learn. Like your brain has a huge amount of capacity that we just never use. And I think a lot of these cognitively sharp people, a lot of it is just the fact that they keep doing things, right? They solve a puzzle, they learn a language, they want to learn about this other thing, so they go read a book on it, and then now they have more and more pieces of information to connect. Let me describe what I think is maybe the key to being smart, which hasn't helped me at all, but whatever. Learning happens in stages. The first step, how about smoking pot? I don't think that makes you smarter. At a gram a day. Yeah, I don't know what the cognitive effects of that would be. But here's the thing: is the human brain can be retrained, right? Maybe you damage some. Maybe you damage some of those cognitive pathways. The human brain is astounding in its ability to reroute. So while I have no idea what measure that might have, just start learning now, right? It doesn't matter what happened before. So, for example, maybe learn to memorize, a list of things. A great way to start with that might be a mind palace, but you need a small one, right? So, for example, my wife used to email me when I was at work and tell me to pick up these items on the way home from work. So what I would do is I'd imagine each of those items somewhere in my body. Like if I needed to pick up pens, well, obviously I'm going to picture myself with 2 pens stuck up my nose, right? Or bring home some cottage cheese, and I'd have a pool. I'd have like a kiddie pool in my mind, full of cottage cheese, and I'm standing in it, up to my calf with cottage cheese, right? And the more silly and ridiculous it is, the better it sticks. But after a while, I got to where I could memorize up to about 10 shopping items without any notes, right? My wife would send me a list, and I'd go to the store and I'd pick them all up, and I'd get everything, even without a shopping list, right? Does that make me cognitively sharp? Well, it's just another tool. The more things you memorize, the more pieces you have to put together. So first you memorize things, then you start to understand them. So just because you're in math and you memorize the quadratic equation doesn't mean that you understand how to apply it to problems, or you memorize some calculus, some derivative functions. Well, you have to know how to apply them to a problem. Okay, until you can apply them, they're useless. So how does it work? Why does it work? When does it break down? Then once you have that, I think one of the greatest ideas that ever came to man is when those disparate, strange ideas are actually connected to each other, right? So the great breakthroughs are when somebody said, "What if we take this and we take this and we put them together?" And unless those two things were both loaded into their brain, why would they think of making those connections, right? So just if you want to increase your cognitive sharpness, just start learning stuff. Memorize a ton of stuff, all the stuff. Because you can't have those breakthrough aha light bulb moments unless the information is loaded into your brain. I think we've become too dependent on the internet because we can look up anything anytime, but then it's not in your brain. You got the answer, and it was trivial to get the answer, so then it's not loaded into your brain. We didn't let it sit there and steep and boil with all the other ideas in your head until you came up with something new. So I think we downplay memorization too much these days. And memorization is a skill you can learn. There are definite techniques to that you can learn. I don't know if that helps or not. Okay. So, what do I think about being smarter? Don't know. I've been smarter than some people and dumber than others, especially at any given task. When I ask an electrician to come wire up top 5 projects to become smart, hmm, hmm, 8 figures. 8 figures is a lot of money. If I knew the answer to that, I'd probably be making 8 figures and not streaming. If you want to make money, you need to make a product that people want to buy. Trading your time for money is not efficient. What you need is to make a product that you can produce efficiently. So, actually, software is a really good product because you can produce copies of it infinitely, right? That's one of the reasons software took off so well. So, if you were like manufacturing a car, you had to make the car, then sell it at a profit. Software, you can spend all the time in the world building it and getting it just right, and then once it's done, you can sell it and never spend another minute working on it, right? So you've stopped trading your time for money. So if you want to know what projects people need, what bothers you, what do you need a solution to that nobody else has built? For me, um, I want games that aren't 2 gigabytes of download data, right? So I'm trying to make a game that has no dependencies that I don't need. I want a small game, something that's fast and responsive. Oh yeah, dealing with people. So yeah, once you've made your product, you do have your sales, your marketing. You have to get people aware of it. And that's part of the game I'm not as familiar with. I've made a product. I'm getting ready to roll out version 1.2.2. It's a niche market, so there's not a lot of competition. It's a good product. Marketing is actually very hard, especially the more niche your product is. Venture capital. Okay. If you look at venture capital, there are dangers there. Because what a venture capitalist is basically we don't want to do the thinking. We want to give you money, and then when you make money, we make money. Right? And what you'll often end up with is that the person who's smart, who invented, who built something new and interesting, is they're often forced out of their own companies by the angel investors, supposedly. Right? Tesla wasn't always owned by Elon Musk. And the people that started that company that became Tesla, they don't work there anymore. When you take venture capital money or angel investor money, you are ceding a large portion of your autonomy. When you take out debt, like if you take a bank loan to fund your company, that means that there's a promise of money that you have to give to someone else. And again, you're sort of yielding control of your own company to a bank. If you build a product completely on your own without taking out any debt, 100% of the decisions are yours, 100% of the profits are yours. If you look at, just for example, there's a guy named Mike Rowe who did the program Dirty Jobs on TV, right? And he'd go to farms and places where they deal with mass waste disposal, all sorts of things, right? And you're like, those aren't very good jobs. But then you talk to these people and they're like, yeah, I own my own company and I'm a millionaire. So there is something more rewarding, I think, about building something from scratch without taking out any debt, without being beholden to anybody else, making all the choices yourself, taking all the profits for yourself. I think there's something beautiful in that. Now, obviously, that's not going to work all the time. In software, it's darn near possible, right? Because all you need is a computer and a compiler, and compilers are free these days. So you don't need a lot of capital to get started. But, if you're going to start a nuclear power plant, obviously you'd have to take some loans. That's super expensive. Or, okay, you want to make 8 figures. The U.S. Power grid can't supply enough transformers, high power transformers. They're very expensive to make, and we can't get them. Your wait time is years. You say, we've got a transformer down, we need to buy one. You go to the company that sells them and you say, I need a new one, and they say, all right, it'll be 5 years before that transformer's built. They're so backlogged. You want to make money, and something that would need large investment from somebody, building those transformers is huge. I just don't want to build transformers for a living. But it's a very obvious weakness in our infrastructure that you can make a lot of money at. Because you could charge, 1.5 times what the normal competitor is charging and say, look, I'll get it to you within a year. It's a supply and demand problem. There's nowhere near enough supply. It's also one of the greatest weaknesses in our power distribution. You can shoot a high-powered rifle round through one of those and destroy it and be nowhere near it. There's no way to defend them efficiently. You wouldn't even have to be there when it failed. If you hit it just right, it'll drain the oil, leaving you hours and hours to run away before it burns out. I mean, a decent rifle easily shoot 1,000 meters, and then you drain out the oil and the transformer burns out. You know, hacking crypto, there are people making money at that. There's also a lot of rug pulls. A lot of risk inherent in crypto. Leave your family and friends, huh? Why would you have to leave your family and friends to hack crypto? Confused. I'm confused. If I put the scheduler inside the scene, then I can't use the scheduler to make a scene change. So I'm able to say, scene, fire off your endings, animations, and sounds. Oh, because then they know that I'm the hacker. I see. I see. So you're not talking about you're not talking about white hat hacking. Well, there are worse things in life than living a simple life. But then if you're living a simple life, that means you can give more of your profits to me, right? Help out your favorite streamer. Man, this is an interesting question. You know what? I'm going to put it inside the scene for now. And we're just going to see what happens. If I don't like it, I'll move it later. This is part of not overthinking code. Write it, then make it good. Simple life, you know. Sometimes a simple life sounds great. One update. Key press handler is now being elsewhere for the FPS. Yeah. Cool. Well, again, just because you hear about the ones making 10 million doesn't mean that you have a clean understanding of how many people tried and failed. There's definitely a survivor bias. It means you don't hear about the failures, you only hear about the successes. So if you look at all the successes, you think, oh, it's a good way to make money. But if you look at the expected return by dividing the amount that those people, the big winners, won, dividing by the number of people that tried it, I think you'll find that your expected payout is almost zero. The number of people that try to hack crypto and lose all their money trying it far outnumber the number of people that succeed. It's like casinos. They want to attract attention to the successes, big lights, loud noises. Nobody hears about the losers, and on average, people lose. You don't think a lot of people tried? Oh. If the payout's 10 million people, $10 million, I bet a lot of people have tried. People on Twitter. I'm not sure there are real people on Twitter. Yeah. It's an auditor. Yep. So the skills you need is to be a reverse engineer. You have to understand how things work so well that you know how somebody built something without seeing them build it. Hmm. So my scheduler. Hmm. So something I need to do with a scheduler is let's put updating. No, not that one. Wrong. Okay. We need a list of action sequences. I don't like using standard lib, but I might have to anyways. Yeah, maybe not. I guess I don't know enough about auditing crypto to. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I guess I don't know much about crypto or auditing crypto rather. Just use a list. And place back, push back. Hmm. Erase. Yep, so that's 3 years of investment. Practice and learn. Okay. Mm, mm, not sure I like that. What else is there to do in life? Well, I think the measure of intelligence is not necessarily dollars. So I heard a talk once. I don't know how true it is, but this lady was rather bitter at life and give her all the opportunities she wanted to be smart. And so she wrote this letter to a professor somewhere and said, "Hey, I haven't really been given a chance to get educated or anything like that. And what am I supposed to do about it?" And he wrote back and said, "Well, what do you do for a living?" She said, "I'm a washerwoman, right?" She would wash, rich people's clothes. And he said, well, where do you do your washing? And she said, well, I do it, here in this room. And he's like, what are you sitting on? And she said, tile. It's a tile floor. And he said, well, what's what kind of tile? What's And so she went and looked it up and asked around and found out about the tile. But then she decided, well, that's not very interesting. I'm writing to a professor who is asking questions. Maybe I should take this seriously. So she went and looked up what the tile was made out of and how you make the tile. And then before she knew it, she was checking out books from the library on tiles and going to tile makers. And she ended up writing an entire manuscript for a book about tile, right? Because she got interested in the topic. And she sent him the manuscript, and he asked her if he could publish it. So he did. He published it, and then sent her all the royalties, right? Then she said, well, what now? And he's like, what's under the tiles? So she pried up one of the tiles, and there's ants crawling under the floor. And so she goes off and researches on ants and writes a whole other manuscript for a book on ants, right? And she sends it to him, and he publishes it and sends her all the all the royalties, right? Uh, and so this woman who had no opportunities, she thought, turned out to be a two-time professional artist, writer on two very disparate topics. I'm just gonna do it this way. I'm just gonna always own the action sequences. I think learning for learning's own sake is probably more important than making money. The number of miserable people who have lots of money is very high, but the number of interested, engaged, educated people who are curious about the world that are unhappy is much less. Okay, so let's do it. Like, if I could work without getting paid, I'd be fine with it. The only reason I need money is so I can start my own companies and like I would love to start a board game company, a computer game company. There's a piece of hardware I want to build for like interactive, um, immersive, haptic feedback type of controller for a game I want to build. I want to learn multiple languages. And I only speak English and Spanish, neither of them that well. I would love to take the time to do interesting projects and work on interesting things. So let's see here. What else is there to do in life? So much. I mean, community. You can't understate the importance of community. Family, the world's society used to be structured in families and church and their community. And now, what do people do? Can't have a barbecue with Facebook friends, right? People you meet and talk with and walk by every day. I think human contact is super important. Being part of a close knit, real world community. Whether that's your, local game store. Oh, yes. Your local game store. What am I looking for here? Your local game store like Magic the Gathering night or something else. Sorry, trying to work at the same time here. Find a community, find some friends, find someone to spend time with. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, J or K? Hmm. Hmm. So it is K and not J. Hmm. Which that was it. That's it. Yep. Okay. So nothing is crashing. So I'm not actually doing anything with it. Right now, scheduler update does nothing. Reach sequence in action sequences. Sequence dot update. So let's see here. I guess we need to remove items, erase elements. Removes the element at position. The iterator. Huh. He kind of don't want to do this. Yeah, we'll see. I just realized I was probably testing while the game scene wasn't being shared. Always classy. Let's see, maybe what I should do then is make OBS. Oh, that's odd. Remove. Okay, so still trying to work out. Huh. Odd. Okay. Apparently I can't add another window capture for the game itself, which seems strange to me. Plus, so OBS is making life interesting. I want why is there nothing in my so confused. OBS, why? Why? Oh, there we go. Okay. So in theory, here's my game window. Yeah. Now, cool. Oh, is it? Is it? So confused. All right, well, whatever. But now, in theory, if I relaunch, yeah, it just pops right up. Good. Cool. Okay, now you can see what I'm doing. That's better. This whole streaming thing is complicated. Okay, so what we're looking to do if the sequence is running, we want to say take a sequence of actions. Hit removal equals false. Hit will equals true. Break. There we go. Okay. So here's the thing. We need to iterate through all the sequences. If one of them is done, let's see your sequence is running. So if the action sequence is not running, then we need to remove it. So, oh, she's gonna leave the iterator. Iterator. Bug. I don't like this whole. Can't do it by index. Okay, all right, fine, we'll do it this way. Action sequences begin. Two action sequences got end. If the contents of the iterator is not running, then action sequences dot erase it. Did we do the removal? Yes. And we can break out, because that iterator will be invalidated after we modify the contents of the container that the iterator is iterating over. If we did not remove anything, if we made it all the way to the end, then we can break. Or if, oh, this board needs a, there we go. All right. That might do it. And we are going to action sequences dot clear. Easy enough. Debug, build, go. Oh, chat. Oh. Okay. Auto. Cannot bind non-const L value reference type of to an R value of okay. Or yeah, but it's like making that a reference. Okay, fine. So that should work, and it shouldn't break anything. All right, so the word lunch contains no matches. Wow, these are some really bad. This is BB logs jacks. Wow. Huh. I know that AED contains one match, therefore EAD here contains one match, therefore B and Y cannot be in the final solution. Let me see here. My best information is probably in Rhino. We will copy deduction workspace 1 into 2. R and I are in, and O is out. R and O, and I and O. There we go. And here, In deduction workspace 2, we can remove all those. Wow, that's not possible. So we already know we have a logical contradiction. So this one cannot be a correct answer. So O or R. Those are gone. E or D. But there's a contradiction here in proud. Everything else here has to be valid. So this one is also no good. So workspace 4, it's I and O. Interesting. So let's put those into our first. We'll work from here. So E and S cannot be the answer, which means A, D contains 1, so no W, no X. F or G, which means it can't be J or K. It has to be A, so not D, so not P, not T. M has to be in. F or G, huh? Well, it's not F, so it's G. Okay. I don't know what word this is. Chat, help. Coach Mango's gone silent. Doesn't matter. This is not what we're testing anyways, so we will surrender. It's Imago. Interesting. An insect in its mature adult stage after metamorphosis. Huh. I did not know that. In biology, the imago, Latin for image, is the last stage an insect attains during its metamorphosis. Huh. Cool. That's why I do this. To learn more things. Okay, but the point is, in about C, we're going to change it. We're going to get rid of the action sequence. Oh, do I want to sound? Underscore click. We're going to just do that. Why not? This comes in after underscore sounds. Okay, all this goes away. Yeah, okay. What we're going to do is we're going to say underscore, no, that one. Underscore click. Dot set tone. What is a good tone for a click? One of these days. One of these days. Just go C4, why not? Doesn't matter. Now, in here, when we hit space, instead of that, we're going to go with, oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh. Do I want it to happen after update or before update? Because that'll be the next frame. Oh, okay. Right now I have the scheduler fire before update. I'm gonna put that after on update. That way it happens in the same frame that the thing happens. Yeah. Scheduler dot. So just need to test this real quick, and hopefully it's not too bad. New action sequence. We're gonna say it needs 2, 3. sequence equals stat. So what it's doing is in our update, we hit spacebar, it's going to create a new action sequence for us with 3 actions available. Then we're going to say something useful. Let's see here. Well, set. What's it called? Set do until. Yeah, that was it. The 0th element, and we're going to give it a captured lambda, and we also need to test when the sound is done playing. Those are the 2 things we gotta do. Boom. Boom. So, actually, I don't have to do anything. Like, eventually, the sequencer is going to, or the action sequence is going to have a shortcut for playing sounds. My vom chama brow. I do not. Blue, huh? Welcome to the chat. Although I think you're gone. Are you gone? Interesting. Huh. I've probably mispronounced all of that. My avocado tested bad. Oh, that's rough. Little avocado, little salt and pepper. Good stuff. Rough. Welcome to the chat. Other than the avocado, how's your day going? Ooh, do sugars, huh? Okay. Avocado milk and sugar. Never tried it. So where is here? California, South America, Wisconsin? I don't know. Where do people eat avocado with milk and sugar? That's a new one to me. Sound is playing. That's the question. Okay, so we go until the sound is not playing anymore. The other thing we need to do is sequence set on start 0. And do that. Set we need to capture sound. And say sound dot play for a duration. Play for 1/8 of a second. Sure. Okay. South America, bienvenidos. ¿Cómo estás? C++, yes. C++. ¿De qué parte de Sudamérica eres? So when we start this action at index 0, we start playing the sound for 1/8 of a second, and then we say wait until the sound is done. Then we say set a wait at index 1. We're going to wait for 1/8 of a second. And then set do until. It'll basically be this whole thing again, except an index 2 instead of 0. Brasil. Oh, você é de Brasil? I don't speak Portuguese, but I do really, really like the churrascaria. So much good meat. Love it. Oh, and I have not had a good cajun in like cajun juice, da fruta, since or maracuja. That was a good one too. Gosh, it's been 18 years since I last had Brazilian barbecue. No, that's not true. I went to a couple Brazilian barbecues on trips. But good stuff. Good stuff. I speak Spanish, not Portuguese, so sorry about that. I only know a teeny tiny bit of Portuguese, and it's not worth trying to impress you. Don't you have these fruits there? Nope. I'm in the United States. The problem with we can get some passion fruit, which is I think what maracuja is, but cajun. The problem is the cashew fruit doesn't last very well in transport, so we don't actually have. We only have the cashew nut. We don't get the cashew fruit or the cashew fruit juice at all. Hey, yeah, I know what you mean. If you were from someone that spoke Spanish, I'd try speaking Spanish to practice more, and then you could laugh at me, but it's all good. Practice the English. So you probably play some football down there. Is that right? Okay, so in theory, when I hit space, I should play a sound twice. Tick, tick. And that'll take 3/8 of a second. Because it'll play for 1/8, do nothing for 1/8 of a second, then play for 1/8 of a second. We're going to try this. It may not be pretty. And I'm not going to turn on my desktop audio capture. Not a big soccer fan. Interesting. My roommate was Brazilian when Brazil faced Portugal. Brazil faced. Okay, let me see. My roommate was Argentine in 2004 when Argentina and Brazil played the World Cup. And yeah, my Argentine roommate was so sad that year, and the Brazilians had to keep calling our apartment to make fun of him. The soccer loses a lot of population. Yeah, yeah. Cool. So if you don't do soccer or football, what do you do? What's for fun in Brazil? I guess if you're in Sao Paulo, you go to the beach. But I don't know that much about Brazil. Oh, do I not have a sim? Okay. Did not clean it. So the sequence that we were testing with goes away. Good question. Sound. Oh, not sound. And click. Just a second. What's up? Okay. So, vou me chamar. Oh, speak my thoughts. Yeah. I know how that goes. So, do you do C++? Do any programming, or are you more for the gaming? Played any games today on stream? Trying to get a certain amount of work done, but that's been pretty good about asking questions and keeping the conversation lively. So I find it's harder to get work done that way. Let's see, click, non-variable. Declared here. This, oh, I see. I do it this way. I always forget the ownership rules for lambdas, and I have to guess. Then I let the compiler tell me I'm wrong, and then I eventually get tired and look it up. Yeah, it's not gonna let me do that. Okay. And it's private. So that's right, we're just testing. So it's okay if we do this in a bad way. Okay. We're just gonna make it public. So there. We're gonna pass this, or capture this rather. We're just gonna do this. Sorry. It's terrible, but that's okay. We can clean it up when we make this for reals. Never really used it, but I think it's awesome. You work in the area. I'm a programmer, been working in programming for 15 years. Tunks. Awesome. No engine game devs. Woohoo. Basically, I want to learn how things work. I've used Unity before, but I see how, like, even for a very small project, like it's such a big executable and asset bundle that gets built, even for something very small and simple. So I'm like, well, how big are these things, and how much do I actually need? Like, this is a small simple word game, so I don't need physics, and I think I can write most of it myself. So I have like a list of dependencies that's like 5 libraries, and that's it. None of them I've used before I started this project. I don't think I need any more dependencies, and my release executable is like 5 MB. I'm going to add more bundled assets into my executable, but like it's just going to be simple single executable, nothing I don't need. Um, and this is a simple one. Like I deliberately chose a pretty simple game, so I'm hoping to get this one done quickly, and then take what I learned and build a second game that's a little bit more complicated. And by that time, I might be ready to make an interesting game, right? Something that's a little deeper and bigger and scales more. Some kind of expert in. I've done a lot of software, but I've never done like game development like this. So we will see how much of an expert I am. Right now, I'm just testing a sequencer. So one thing I want to do is when you type a word, I want it to play a number of sounds equal to the number of letters that match. So that's basically it. That's what my scheduler and this sequencer should do. So let's see how, oh, it did compile. Yay, compilation finished. Yes. Now we run it, and I think I've got OBS set up. So here's the game. 3 play modes. We're going to go with sprint. So basically, you got to deduce 6 random words, and the timer starts when you start typing. The words are 5 letters long, no duplicate letters, and that's it. So we're going to start with prime lunch toads. And you can see that prime has 0 letters matching, so I wouldn't expect any sound to play, but when lunch plays, I want to hear tick tick or something like that, right? Or maybe 1 tick for ultra and demon. Rhino. Okay. Then you deduce what the letters are in your final word, and then when you get it matched, then you go. But we're not playing this right now. We're testing, and I put all the test code in the about scene, well, because there's nothing there. And in here, if I play spacebar, it's not playing a sound, which means maybe I've done something wrong. And that's where we're at today. Just testing new code. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Let me know if you have any questions. Happy to answer any questions, even if they're unrelated to coding at this point. Happy to talk culture, philosophy, economics, whatever. We're here for fun. Okay. So what am I looking at here? Thanks for the... haven't seen port audio. Yeah, audio library. I'm using MSys as my build and development environment. So, yeah, so I looked at like 5 or 6. I think that the, what was the other one? Like the Steam audio is supposed to do 3D audio, really fancy things, but I just want something simple that plays the sound. Port audio is pretty simple. We can just dig into that real quick. So port audio has a couple of callbacks that you need to define. So these are when the sound is done playing, what do? Here's how I clean up after myself. Like my sound has some timing data that I can store with it, so I can set a duration to play or a frequency. And then here's the callback. It's when you call port audio, it creates a new thread, and then periodically it pulls and says, "Hey, give me some new data." So we can support a sine wave, square wave, triangle wave, sawtooth. We fill up 256 samples per callback by default, which we set here, frames per buffer. And then yeah, you just stuff the data into your output buffer. So there's our value, and that value gets stuffed into the left and right channels, and then we increase the number of samples that we've counted. So yeah, it's actually pretty straightforward. Set up our devices. It's really not a bad little API. I, of course, defined a whole bunch of frequencies for myself, so I don't have to, like, yeah, so middle C is C5, C4, I don't remember. But yeah, there's the frequencies, so I'm just using canned computing waveforms right now. Eventually, I have it on my list to load a wave file from disk, and then I'll embed that audio into my executable. But we can get what we want done with just a fixed waveform. So there's the sound library. But we need to figure out why oh why this isn't playing a sound. So let's take a look. We're going to write ourselves a number 1, start log note. Oh no, I don't want to do anything until, oh no, let's see, dot play is playing. Well, we could do this a couple ways. I don't like it. Number 2, start. So when the sound is over on the end, we can just write it out. So we're just testing things right now. Is any of this going to get a log to the output? I've worked with X Audio in the past, pretty hacky. Yeah, honestly, port audio, pretty simple. I'm really liking it. I have the lib and I'm statically linking it, and I have the header file, and that's it for my project. It's not bad. X Audio, I agree, it's pretty hacky. It's yeah. Do a lot of Linux programming then, Sri Trunks. Sri Tunks. Okay, about. It's not outputting anything. Oh, well. Scheduler.update. Scheduler.update. For each sequence, update the sequence. And then iterate through all the action sequences we're running through. If it's not running, erase it. Mark that we've invalidated the iterator. Break out of the for loop. If we did a removal, so if we invalidated our iterator, oh, not break, continue. But if we did not remove, then it's break. Then we break out of the while loop. Yes. So if we've removed all action sequences that are completed, then we can break out of this true loop, this infinite loop. Okay. See, so I should be doing something here. So the about scene, we say create the new action sequence for 3 actions. The 0th action gets an on start, an on end, and a do until, and those aren't even clicking over. Oh, wait. Action sequence. That's it. I need to start it. I'm a doofus. Scheduler. Turn this thing. Start. I'm undecided. If I mark the start there, it sets everything in place to walk through. And by default, all of the actions created with that action count are a simple pass. So it won't, it's an action that won't do anything, it'll just pass on to the next action. So when you request the new action sequence, you absolutely must set all the actions to what you want, because on the update, it will execute. So maybe this is okay. We'll try it. Oh. Not a lot, mostly game dev. What? Game dev? See, I've applied at a few game spots, but they look at my resume and I think they realize that I haven't done specifically game dev. Like, I've done some immersive training simulators with Unity. So, but they don't usually call me back. So, what kind of games do you dev? Oh, sketch. Talking. Point to start. Return result. That makes more sense. And you know what? We know what type this is. Why are we making it guess? Every time I start using auto, I feel bad. Like I should know what type of things are. Hey, folks, while we're waiting for the build. Oh, the build's finished. Ugh. Don't live in NA, so the job field's a little different. Mobile game, okay, cool. Like mostly iPhone then? And if you're not in NA, where are you? Curious about, like, so this is my first streaming at this time. I'm just curious who I'm picking up here. Also, for anybody that's interested, I have a Discord channel, which really isn't that active, except I will be pinging when the stream is going to start. I have a degen sleep schedule. Well, if you're in game dev, that makes sense. I mean, who isn't? In India, okay. All right. That seems pretty common. All the Indians I've worked with had pretty degenerate sleep schedules. All right, so my build complete. It did complete. All right, so if the stream is working as intended, I should be able to. It crashes. All right, at least that's something. All right, debug time. Tick number 1 end. Where did tick number 1 start? Huh. Yeah, it's crashed at that point. Okay. All right, that's interesting. Oh. Okay, I can't do that. I just have to return this. We have to set start ourselves. Okay. You know, I think we can do this. We can still make it transparent to the end user. Let's see here. All right. In scheduler, we're going to keep a list of action sequence pointers unstarted action sequences. This shouldn't be a huge problem at all. Yes. All right, so when we make one, we're going to push back this result and then return the result. When we update for auto sequence pointer in unstarted sequence actions, then we take SQF pointer. Oh, that's not an R. Sequence pointer start. I don't even need braces. I think it's that simple. Sequence pointer dot clear. So I can add as many action sequences as I want in a frame, and it'll mark all of them as unstarted. And during the update, it'll say start all the ones that aren't started, and then clear, and then we do the update. Okay, I think that's okay. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I'm not actually that interested in. No, of course. I'm more of like a desktop gamer, programmer, so. Ooh, 4 o'clock. Time's fun when you're having flies. Oh, why is that dying now? Let's do a full clean rebuild. Oh, not that one. Oh well. It's generating all my assets and bundling those up for me too. So yeah. trying to get pretty close to the metal with this game, so writing my own shaders, my own OpenGL stuff. It's been an education gig on mobile market. People, yeah, you know, I've looked at a lot of job postings lately, and everything is for machine learning and AI and generative AI and Chat GPT, and everybody wants to get on the latest bandwagon. Yeah, so actually those asset embed steps are kind of interesting. While this compile's running, we can look at some of that. So in the source, for example, the font warehouse actually embeds the binary data for each of the fonts that I've embedded. So it's all built in as part of that's the number of bytes in each of the font data that I'm embedding, and I can look them up by name. So that's the kind of thing that I'm embedding. So my textures, my fonts, eventually my audio will be embedded in there too. So that's kind of cool, kind of fun. I just learning the hard way usually. Do it wrong a few times. Okay, now we go to about. Hey, things started and stopped. Cool. I didn't hear any sound, so that's not good. Volume, maybe my volume's defaulting really low on my sounds. What is my default? Huh. No, my volume is 1 by default. So that shouldn't be quiet. Okay. We're planning to do compression on them? No, I do. So I'll show you something terrible. It's horrible. Right now, I've got my texture embed step. I don't think I'll compress the font stuff. Okay, for this version of the engine of my game, the font handling I'm using just takes those files, so I'm not going to be trying to compress that at all. But the textures, eventually I'm going to put some really lousy developer developer art in there, not AI. And so the textures will be in there. And one of the areas where I think I'm going to get a lot of savings is in my texture packing. So right now, it's raw binary RGBA 32-bit colors, right? And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to embed these as QOI. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's an image format that's pretty recent. No, right now my exe is 5 megabytes, 5.5 megabytes. So yeah, we'll do some compression on the textures. We're not going to compress the fonts. We'll look at the sounds. Maybe I'll do like a Mulan coding or something to shrink it down, but not sure. Yeah. Who was it? Was it Reducible or 3 Blue 1 Brown? They did a thing on PNG encryption compression, and at the very end, like, oh, and here's QOI, which is new, and it's faster to decode, and compression rates are pretty reasonable. Not quite as good, but I'll take the simple, almost as good compression over pulling another dependency in to deal with PNGs for me. And the QOI specification is like 1 page, so I should be able to implement it myself. It's on my list somewhere. But yeah, right now images are uncompressed completely. Anyways, where was I? So that sound wasn't playing. Let me here. I wonder. Let me fiddle with OBS real quick. If I can capture audio from that. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna run word sleuth, So this isn't even my game idea, really. Like, I'm making some changes, but this is an homage to like a 1990s game I played on a Mac when I was a kid. Um, so let me know if the audio is coming out of the game. I'm gonna play a note, and I can hear it now. And now I stop. So if you can hear that audio, let me know in the chat. Oh, cool. So basically, that was me. That was the test I wrote for the port audio. I basically just have the number keys mapped to different frequencies, and as long as the key is down, it plays that frequency. So I just played like a major third scale chord. But if I hit spacebar, that should play like a da 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 or a da da, and it's saying it starts and ends, but it's not actually making that sound. So that's unfortunate. Cool. So sound works, and it does capture window output without capturing all of my desktop audio. Problem with the desktop audio is I'm using Emacs, and I always bounce the Control G keyboard shortcut for. It's like a way for me to just sit there and do nothing, but it dings, and that drives people mad. So as long as the dings aren't coming through from Emacs, but you can hear the sounds from the game, then we're good. All right. Yep, exactly, the bell. Good. Emacs user knows the Control G. Awesome. Or are you one of those Vi guys? Or Vim? Okay, okay. Okay, so let's go to sound, and we're just going to cheat. Left volume, set tone, set waveform. That was debugging. That was debugging. Don't need it. Play. If we're not already playing, blah blah blah. Pause. Stop. All right, we're just gonna see if we're even getting here. Um, 3.3. Yeah, here. And that'll be the duration. And in the end stream callback, if we're running end. Oh, Vim. Okay, well, I mean, I know the most important keyboard shortcut in Vim is exclamation QW, right? It's all right. I figure as long as somebody knows one or the other, they're fine. It's the people that never learn the old tools that you have to wonder about. Okay. So obviously, you have to SSH into things all the time into the terminal and command line edit things. So we're just gonna see if this sound. Oh, it did a full clean. Oh well. Is mine a notepad? At least use Notepad plus plus, man. Come on. So, if you were doing mobile development, what language were you working in? Or were you using a game engine? Maybe Unity, or I don't know what else there is for mobile. I'm not actually that familiar with mobile. I don't have a smartphone, so no idea. Dang it. Sound play, sound end. That's awkward. What am I doing with that sound end? The about scene has a frame count. So let's just put that up front. Which is the basically this is the amount of time since I started the scene. And if I turn on VSync, then I should get a pretty good idea of how long things are taking. Cocos, I have heard of Cocos. Doing only developer tooling for a while, switched the game to Unity. You know, I've used Unity for some like immersive training simulators, like heavy tractors and heavy equipment like that. It's pretty good. I just feel like for what I want to do, it's overkill. It's too big. It's bloated. Huh. Oh. So 4934, it started. I forgot to turn on VSync, so let's just go do that. VSync. So now my FPS should lock to 60. We hit the spacebar again. And I'm looking for an eighth of a second of sound, which should be about 12. So that's 8 frames. 8 frames in 60 frames per second is about 13. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. And then tick 2 started. Oh, wait, no. 74 to 83 is 9. So that's 9 frames later. This is 9 frames of waiting. Then 9 frames of that sound. So it should, in theory, have played audio. The times are right. So maybe I just need to set the volume. Maybe there's something wrong with my dot. Set volume to 1. App size and min spec constraints Unity. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not hearing the audio from that one. Huh. Why not? Set tone C4. Set volume 1. Click dot play. Click dot play. While it's playing, so it does wait for the quarter second, so it knows it's playing and it knows it when it's done playing. Because this all behaves as expected, except no sound comes out. Well, shoot. Very sad. Yeah, so when I was working with Unity, one of the things we did was for a training simulator for a combine harvester. And it was me and 2 other guys. One of them was the project manager, one of them was mostly the hardware guy, but he did some software, and then me. And we had to run on 4 huge screens to have enough screen real estate. And at that time, Unity was not very good with multiple camera setups. So our rearview mirror was a camera that was basically at the position of the mirror, and then would render onto the texture where the mirror actually was. Um, so we had 3 cameras in the scene, and one of the cameras was thousands of pixels in diagonal, and yeah, Unity was struggling. It's gotten better at some of those things since then, but it is a hog. So why is the sound not playing if it says it's playing? We can make it longer. Make it a second, a whole second. Why not? So if I VSync, then that should be a full 60 frames for the sound. Oh, let's go to settings. VSync on. So we got our 60 frames per second. I'm not hearing it. So we started at 364. I should have gone for about 60 frames. 420. Yeah, that's about 60 frames. That's about 60 frames. And that's about 60 frames. So yeah, times are right. It's just not making any sound. Is there a step to use sounds I didn't remember? Not sure. Huh. Yeah, so if you want to know my dependencies, this is it. GLEW, GLFW, GLM, which I want to get rid of in my next game, and free type. I want to get rid of this in my next game, but I'm not sure. It'll take some time, so maybe it's not worth it. But this is like the worst dependency I've got. It drags in so many libraries. It's a large part of my memory footprint in terms of the executable. So those are my 2 to get rid of next time. But this audio is not playing. Why is this audio not playing? Oh. All right, so set wave. But I didn't do that. And that's going to be really, really loud if the other sound was audible. There we go. So I'll bet that helps a lot. I wasn't thinking. I think my default waveform is none, which kind of makes sense. If you, this is one of the problems with streaming and programming at the same time. Okay, that's a lot better. Okay. Actually need this because the times look right. And sound right. Yay. All right, simplify. Oh dear. That's silly. It got confused. All right. Wow. Running. Classic user error on our part. Yeah, let's see here. Usually use SDF so that I can bake in Atlas for fonts and just use those instead of TTF. Yeah. 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 It happens. Must have been embedding a lot of fonts. What game were you playing or developing? Okay, that's better. Maybe it's 16th of a second. It'll be. Yeah, software is a tricky business. A lot of people. Ooh, what? Oh, I need to capture. I need to capture the duration. That's a little silly. That still seems long. Cool. Make it smaller. 3? Cut it in half again. Why not? 3125. Not a lot. I like the free benefits. It gives them like outlines and effects. Yeah. Yeah, font rendering. I've been watching some videos about font rendering because I was considering the getting rid of free type library for me. It's a lot of work. It's very complicated. Not like Bezier curves themselves aren't complicated, but the winding algorithm parts of it with font rendering, I guess, are maybe patented. Maybe it's a little short. Um, from what I was watching on like a what was the guy's name? There's a YouTube channel. He broke it down really nicely in some ways. He's like, oh, this one has a patent. Oh, this one has a patent. But it's like, I didn't think you could patent algorithms, but that's clearly what they've done. So, but yeah, font rendering is pretty involved. There we go. Good. So I need to remove the sound logs files. And this one. Okay, so we have proved that we can do a sequence with sound playing. Do I want to add a convenience method to the action sequencer? I think I do. We might as well do it now. So this one just needs a pointer to the sound. And for now, we're going to give it a duration. Later on, we can change that. Yeah. Action sequence, play sound. Okay. All right. So if we look at our about scene, then we need this thing, this play and the is playing. That's all we need. So we go. We do want these asserts here. We also want to assert that the sound is not null. And then we'll get the action where we are. here's where we basically copy these two lines. So not this one here. On start. So set on start the index and then we need the sound, the lambda rather, do all the things which are sound point to start or dot play duration. We need to capture the duration as well. And then set do until that index. We're going to capture nothing. We're going to do nothing until the sound I did not mark these booleans correctly. There we go. My bad. I'm surprised that actually compiled, but that's fine. Point two is playing. And it's not playing. There we go. Okay, so now I'll never have to write this again. So we can do sequence point to set play sound index 0 the address of click for 0 point for the duration. There we go. Boom. Same thing here. 2. Now this is play sound. Later on we might want to do start sound, but then keep going while without waiting for the sound to complete. Like we don't want to start an animation and a sound at the same time. So let's just see if this works. We changed the header file, so we're gonna do it clean because precompiled headers are causing me nightmares. So I was listening to what was day 9 about streaming, and he said if you want to be a good streamer, what you have to do is say something interesting every 15 minutes or every 5 minutes. I don't know. So hopefully I'm not boring you guys too much. I'm new to this. It takes some practice to get used to it, but I will try. I'll try to be informative or educational or something. Might have to shut my window if my kids are going to keep making so much noise out there. Oh, is running. Is playing. And the semicolon will help. Oh. I didn't specify a return. And I can use this one. So these other two lists are, well, we'll just catch this in there. Okay. This might be a nice play sound. You've been streaming recently too, huh? Chat carries a lot of it. Yeah, I think that's true. A lot of the big streamers, like their chat's just scrolling so fast, it's almost impossible to not have something to talk about, even if you're just making fun of your chat, right? Hey, it worked. I think that's a little quiet, but so we go to the out scene. Make that click just a little louder, and it's not a click yet, obviously. Make that a little louder. Well, and, you know, like I don't want to just jump into all the things I'm interested in or have thought about. It's like wait for people to ask, and you know, if you want to know my life story and why I'm here, what I'm trying to accomplish, like that'll all come up eventually. Or you know, my thoughts and philosophies, what's important in life, etc., etc. So just depends. Okay, so this is working. So we don't actually need this click here anymore. Well, let's do this. Let's go to. So this is starting to get actually kind of readable. I'll make an action sequence. I set each of the steps, and things happen. Cool. So probably what we should do is we should save our status, save our work. So we've added the scheduler and the convenience method for sounds. Action sequence. And boom. Okay. Actually, let's change that a little bit. Dash dash. Tested in about soon. Because we're going to remove that. But when I'm scrolling back through my Git history, I'm like, I knew it was working once. I'll be able to see this and be like, oh yeah, I added the play sound here. And the commit will actually tell me where I had it tested. So if I need to look back, I can. Okay. Trying to talk loud on your process helps a lot there too. Yeah, and I don't mind people having it open as a background to other people's workday. That's or they're while they're working on their own projects. But it used to work when I commissioned. Yeah, and I've got a long list of to dos here. So like if you look at my notes, like scheduler done, play sound. Now need an action sequencer. Test code to actual gameplay soon. So that is actually done. And here I have add audio. We're going to pull this item out. Yeah. We're going to add that to our to-do list today. Okay. Yep. Right, so let's get this done. Let's go to about scene. Click is going away. That I was testing. This is testing. Okay. Frame count was testing. So we can get rid of that. We're not going to do action sequence here. So that simplifies quite a bit. The click is going to go away. It's going to just move, I think. And this whole thing will go away. Okay. Then we're going into the game scene. We need sound we will need scheduler. And the action sequence. So one problem with talking while you're in your process is it actually does make your coding less efficient. Like, because you're trying to respond to people and say interesting things. It is always more efficient to code quietly on your own, but that's all good. So Emacs parsing MD files are just a fancy to-do plugin. Nope. So Emacs comes with an org mode, and this is like it's a way of building like item lists, right, with child lists. These can be made into to-do lists, right? But you can also just like the checkboxes can be done this way, and it keeps track of things. It's just org mode. Emacs is kind of ridiculous in what it allows you to do. Yeah, there's a loss of productivity there, but there's also like a focus thing, right? It's like I'm not off checking my Facebook, or which I don't have, but I'm not trolling social media much while I'm streaming. So maybe it's an offset of different kinds of distractions. I don't know. Okay, so if the noise is getting crazy on the mic, I can't hear very well, but I can shut my window. Maybe the kids screaming will be a little quieter. Okay, what we need is a sound, and eventually the sound will be less lame. Let's just start with click. That'll be fine. That's the one I want. So it's set to C4 sound wave. We'll make the volume up a little bit. Now, when we submit a guess, is when we want to actually play the sound. So we have win. We can add a sound for that. We can add a sound for losing. We can add failure sounds for those two errors over multiple errors. But yes, submitted. So basically, when I copy the contents of the string from my current guess into the list of guesses, this is when I want to do the audio. I think. Where's the one where I put in the integer? I need. Oh, here it is. This one, right here. Okay. Here's where we want to play this out. We're going to create an action sequencer, which will be. Let's do this. Matched chars. So we like to call this once. Matched characters 0. Okay. This will be matched chars times 2 minus 1. So if there's one. Nope. So if matched chars is greater than. If greater than 0, then we're going to set this up. This will also be where like the animation is going to happen when we start animating things. Oh, cool. Hey, yeah, Street Junks. I'll try to be on tomorrow, similar time. I do have a Discord. You can always go there to get the notification when I go live. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the chat. Always appreciate someone giving me stuff to talk about. And yeah, have a good one. So if it's one matched character times 2 minus 1 is 1 ding. So we're probably getting close to when I need to wrap it up. So my problem is if there's one sound, that's fine. Yeah, so we just play the sound, int, action index equals 0. Play sound, action index. Okay. For index equals 1 index less than characters plus index. Okay. So we put in the first sound. That'll be 3. So at 2, we have 2 meshed characters. We'll fill in 1 and 2. Somebody on the phone. Just a moment. Okay. Okay. TCAP or Rizoma streams. I'll have to check them out. Cool. Thanks for the heads up. I appreciate it. Okay. Matched characters is greater than 0. It could be 1. Okay. I'm just gonna try it. We should try it. Let's do clean and debug. I added the sound, which would change the memory layout. Change the journal. Fine. TCAP is somewhere while this is. Oh, did it finish building already? No. TCAP. Zoma. If this works first time, that'll be a miracle. Of course. Oh, come on. There we go. Let's see. Compile. There we go. That shouldn't take too long. Oh, matched characters. I'm not even consistent within a line of my own code here. Yep. There it is again. There we go. That should fix that. Oh, still no. There we go. So 0 will not ever ding. Let's just see if we can get a. No. There we go. Let's run this. About. Oh, not about. That doesn't work anymore. We need to play. Play. All right, chat. Let me know if this is working. Shootings. Seems slow. That was silent. I mean, it's working. The sound could definitely use some help. Oh, interesting. So we know ST and U and P are not there. R is in, and L and A. I, no CH. See, now we're getting audio feedback, so that's good. That's actually a victory. Cool. Except we gotta make the sound better, but. Jacks. Huh. Oh, this is a tricksy one. Tricky word. Yeah, it is the B. Okay. Q and 0. Now. Go viral. Hey, we did it. Oh, but it's not the actual word. Huh. So this word has an anagram. That's unfortunate. Rival. There we go. There we go. Yep. There we go. It's working. Yes. All right. I think we're actually going to call it there. Oh, the answer was rages. That's sad. But we're going to. Oh, let's update the journal before we do this. Submitted words now. Ding for the number of matched characters. It sounds bad, but it works. Like I said, we'll come back and do some more audio stuff later. Maybe we will embed wave files That could be a good topic of discussion and mean that I don't have to listen to the really bad sine wave ding. We could also then add other sounds for win, loss, errors when you're typing, like double letters. So I think we might do that next. So let's check my list. I've got animation, texture quads, sprite sheets would be good. Compression on the images. Memory usage would be nice. Maybe we just maybe embed audio recordings will be a good topic for tomorrow. Okay. I think we're going to wrap it up there. So, thank you for watching. This is the Discourager of Hesitancy. Be sure to check out my Discord, which I will put in here one more time, because that will be where I announce when I start streams. And yeah, thanks for all the feedback, all the discussion, and I'll sign off. Have a good one.